Test, test. Liminal. Masky. Wait, Liminal, you didn't grab the first? You just got the check-in? Oh, snap. Usually Liminal grabs the first. Hi, guys.
Liminal mushroom has arrived.
Oh, no. Was D&D canceled? Okay, Beato, you were just working. Why are you fighting me now? Okay, are you... There it goes. Yo, Punk! Hello! Hello, everyone! Dude, I didn't get a notification that you were live today. It kind of pissed me off. It really pissed me off, I'll be honest. Okay, why it shouted out Punk twice for some reason. I keep trying to fix that, but it doesn't want to cooperate with me. Hey, guys.
Sir Pippin the Not-So-Smart has arrived.
Oof, yeah, that sucks. Scheduling issues are a big part of this hobby, unfortunately, you know? And, it's always rough when you have, like, a last-minute cancellation, when you were, like, had your day in mind and you were looking forward to it. I don't like, I like knowing what I'm doing with my day ahead of time. I don't really like changing gears last second. I can. I don't prefer to. Yeah, that makes sense.
Punk Ape has arrived.
It shouted out Masky too, right? Yeah, there we go. There we go. My auto shoutouts are working. Sweet. It's still hot! Why is it so hot, guys? My phone says it's 83 now, and I'd like to remind y'all it's not only is it 7 p.m., but it's also raining. And it says feels like 91, so the hell is up with that? Jesus Christ, I just got my drawing gloves on. We're about ready to go here. We're gonna be starting a new piece. I've got a couple things that I need to get working on. Some are gonna be off stream, some are gonna be on stream. I'm doing a PNG tuber for Grottos. And I usually prefer to do stream assets like that. I I usually like to do stream assets like that off stream because like a PNG tuber is kind of like a face reveal in a way. My hair is being very weird today. I don't know what's happening. I just want sweater weather back. I'm like running through. Have fun with your poops or Pippin. I hope it goes well. I'm like running through all my lightest clothes over and over and over again because it's just been so damn hot. All right, I got my stupid binder to put my tablet in my lap. Hey, Adventure Maker, how's your night going? Tonight, I'm going to be drawing a Genasi, an Earth Genasi specifically. But it's going to be like my original character Genasi, who's a little different from the typical, like, rock dude. You know what I mean? A lot of people for Earth Genasis default to rocks. Some people default instead to, like, mud. And then they make, like, oozy guys. I thought it would be interesting to play around with the idea of clay. So I have an Earth Genasi who looks like she's made out of clay, specifically terracotta, which makes her look almost human. Because terracotta it's a warm orangey tone. It's not quite a human flesh tone, but it's pretty close. Especially when you compare her to like the rocky gray ones that are usually out there, and then like the mud tones that aren't quite as warm as dark skin actually is. Oh no, is my thing stuck closed again? Gosh, there's this tube thing that the stylus comes in as like a carrier protector thing so you don't lose it so easily. But the top gets screwed on so tight every time. I don't even put it on that tight. I don't know how it does it. Oh, I got it. I got it. Punk, how was your stream? What were you playing? It should say so in the shout out, but I think I missed it. The Fall of Avalon? What's that? Tell me about it. I also rearranged my shelf behind me a little bit with some stuff that I got for my birthday. So that's nice. I have like a proper jewelry box now instead of jewelry in a box with no organization. Just a regular ass box. All right, there we go. We got the right size brush. We're on the right settings. It looks like everything's running smoothly. If you can't tell, my hat today is Deadpool, my baby boy, my chaotic bay. I just want to pick a brighter color for the sketches. Y'all know me, I like to use bright, ugly colors so that there's like good contrast and stuff when I'm sketching, and I can see all my tweaks nicely. And then from there, I kind of bring it back into either black or like palette related tones for line art. I usually like to default to black line art though. And I don't even have a sketch for this one. I just wanted to kind of freeball it. I I wanted to draw someone a little different from the people I've been drawing lately. Feel like I've been on like a bit of a like pretty boy kick. And that's great. But portfolios call for diversity. And I need more than pretty boys. I mean, I could just make that my brand. Oh yeah? Love to hear about it. So she's a young woman. You know what? Let's write a couple notes first. They really should start with that all the time. Yo, Punk, take your time. Thank you so much for bringing your crew over, man. Final Fantasy 16. I'll have to put that one on my list because I love a good story-driven RPG. I love a good story-driven RPG. So she's supposed to be a young woman, about mid-20s. She's got a soft face. And she's pretty. She also is rather feminine. Yeah, I love a good free demo. I'm always down to try free demos. So let's write down here. We have mid-20s woman, soft face, pretty femme. She is very strong. She's a barbarian, but she's not toned strong. She's more like strongman strong, where there's like fat on top, and it's more natural, less about trying to look strong and more about actually being strong. There is a difference. It's not glamour muscles. And so I want her to have like a softer body shape that reflects that. And she was like a little bit short. I think I made her like 5'4", 5'5" ish, where the average for a woman is like 5'7". And Genasi have big variance. They can be larger than human beings, but she is a rather human looking Genasi. So I'm just going to write short-ish, because she's kind of short. She's not very short, but she's kind of short. And then our color palette is going to have a lot of warm colors. Her skin tone is going to be kind of like terracotta. She has gold, and golden eyes, golden freckles, auburn hair. And then I think a 3 out of 10. Not the best poop. Yeah, so she's gonna be warm colors, and then her clothes are like pretty modest, practical. Like I can draw. Is that like the second one today or something? Um, like I can draw, sexy half naked ladies all day, but women, just like people, are varied, and crones will do that. And so some are going to dress more modestly, and some are going to dress in a way that is exposing more skin. And she's more on the modest side of that spectrum, though not like fully covered. I do have a culture in my setting that requires modesty for sun protection. She's not quite to that extent. Crones represent. So I have written down practical clothes, warm colors, short-ish, soft/strong body, soft face, pretty, feminine, mid-20s woman. And her name is Facet de Terranus, which is a mix of French and Latin. That means cut gem of the earth. Very creative, I know. Oh gosh, go get some iron in your system. I think I got something in my eye. It's itchy all of a sudden. Ugh. Ugh. I got moisturizer in my eye. Well, that'll go away eventually. I'm just gonna blink a lot in the meantime. Nah, you're just, Sir Pippin, you've seen How I Met Your Mother, right? Do you remember the episode where Schmoseby dated a therapist? If you know, you know. Yeah, and the therapist was like, "You and your friends are so codependent. Like you tell each other about the poops you take." Like it was a whole thing. It made me laugh, honestly. I was like, that's an interesting example of codependency. She ended up like accidentally therapizing like the gang. Like okay. Okay, my eye feels better now. Now I can draw. So she uses a battle axe also, and I'm thinking of giving her like the axe on the shoulder pose. For anyone not familiar, hello, our radio host sounding liminal. For For anyone not familiar, heads are a system of measurement in art that you use to judge proportions. All right. So I said, was this used in a Happy Tree Friends music video? That wouldn't surprise me. I mean, it's just Fall Out Boy, but like, just Fall Out Boy. You know what I'm saying? So I have 6 heads laid out as the background. I want to make her between 5 and 5.5 heads. That'll make her look a little shorter. 6 heads is usually considered like beginning to reach tall. Really, it depends on it depends on what proportion system you use. There's a few different ones. Wow, that's hilarious that this was a Happy Tree Friends music video. Remember AMVs? Are those still a thing? Are kids still making AMVs? Can I find like My Hero Academia to like, I don't know, Chapel Roan? What do the kids listen to? And you guys think I'm lying about my age. Yeah, so under the Loomis method, there's like 3 different ways to proportion a body. There's like the average human being way, which is for going for realism, people who aren't necessarily going to be like artistically pretty, so to speak, but are going to feel like real everyday people. Then there's the model series of proportions, which is designed for like a taller, more slender kind of design that's used commonly in fashion drawing, and for like drawing like elegant lines of flowing clothes and stuff. And then there's the heroic proportions, which are designed to create characters that look strong or imposing. And those are specifically created to be a lot taller proportionally. And if you look at them side by side, it makes the model look small and the average guy look like a wimp. And that's kind of the point. But so as a result, you'll hear different things about how many heads you should use based on if you're doing fashion art, if you're doing like street drawing, like regular people, plein air kind of shit, or if you're doing like comic book kind of stuff. And I find I tend to lean toward the comic book hero kind of measurements just because I have so much influence from Marvel and stuff. So I find I tend to default to like 6 heads as average, which is tall. But when you work the rest of the proportions with it, it doesn't seem alarmingly so. And so I want to make her shorter, so I'm going to make her about 5 heads is what I'm aiming for. We'll doodle it and see how it goes. Oh my god, Dion. Also, you messaged me and I totally ignored it, and I'm sorry. I was so beat yesterday. But yeah, I mean, if you've seen some of Rob Liefeld's shit, especially like the infamous like, whoa, Sir Pippin's red now. You trying to fool me? The infamous barrel-chested Steve Rogers and the way he would do women's legs. Oh my god, what a joke. I can't stand Liefeld because his art was awful and it was terrible. But yes, Liminal, he made Deadpool. He's credited with creating Deadpool, which pisses me off. That's my baby boy. I'm wearing a Deadpool hat right now. Sir Pippin's pink now. And fucking, you can look it up right now. If you look up who created Deadpool, it's gonna tell you Rob Liefeld, and it's gonna have some real terrible sketches with it. And it upsets me, I'm not gonna lie. Fucking Rob Liefeld. Yeah, right? Right? Deadpool created Deadpool. Come on. Granted, it is funny since Deadpool's just a knockoff of Slade Wilson in the first fucking place. So I guess we can credit that guy instead. Go credit the DC guy. I don't know his fucking name. I don't know his name. But go credit the DC guy, not Rob Liefeld. Not barrel-chested, long-legged ass having Rob Liefeld and his bullshit art. Deadshot was it? Yeah, Deadshot doesn't get enough credit, but he's been like low key in a few of the TV shows. Is like the thing. Now we have a weird cross made out of heads. I promise this is for measurement purposes. Yeah, I was thinking about having some kind of rant redeem. Is that Hallie? Hi. Some big titties. She does have some knockers. She's got some bahanga hongas, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna skip the hidden track ending of that song because it just takes too long. Doing good, thanks, Hallie. Yeah, I was thinking about having like a comic book rant redeem or just like a rant redeem in general. I could rant about anything. I like should have been in debate club when I was younger, honestly. Or like Painting King has a like show and tell redeem where he like grabs collectibles and stuff off the shelf. I don't have as many as he does, but I was thinking something like that could be cool if you guys ever wanted to like ask about some of the stuff that's on display behind me. I always liked Bumblebee, but I don't know enough about Transformers to tell you why. I think it's just because he's yellow. Like, I'll be honest. I think it's because he's yellow and he's named Bumblebee, which I think was a different name before the movies, even. And then they made it Bumblebee because, like, little kids or whatever, but I liked it. I was like, he's yellow and he's got stripes, he's a bee. I do have a tattoo of a bee, though, so. Was it always Bumblebee? Okay. Maybe some like dude bro tried to like trick question me on Transformers lore and I just didn't care enough to verify. I'll be honest with you, you could say any made up word to me and like contextually refer to like a car and I would just be like, yeah, that's a nice car. That's I don't know jack shit about cars. Yeah, I don't know much about Transformers lore. I just remember like my brother had some of the toy cars that would turn into them and that was cool. I have seen What We Do in the Shadows, but it was a while ago. Oh god. Oh god. Yeah, I genuinely don't know shit about cars. Like, I got towed once and I had to take Ubers and it was like, you're being picked up by like a black Nissan Acura, whatever the fuck it's called. And I'd be like, that means nothing to me. That means nothing to me. Like, that probably wasn't even right, honestly. Like, I know what a Tesla looks like because I hate them. I don't I don't know cars. Don't ask me about cars. I can in an emergency change a tire and I know how to do an oil change. Yeah, Teslas are hideous. I also am of the opinion that like old cars were a lot nicer looking. Like 50s and 60s cars are like peak aesthetic in terms of car shapes. When they looked like boats, that's when I liked cars. Like the Impala on Supernatural. That's a pretty car. Honestly, yeah, I might just want a boat. But like, you've seen those old cars. They were like bubbly and made out of fiberglass. Like they could have floated if you just like waterproofed them, took out the engine and shit. They're basically made like boats back then. But the colors and the shapes were a lot more pleasing. And uh I get that aerodynamics are important to efficiency, but like everything looks the same now. Give it some sort of distinction, give it a pretty color, give it something. Don't just have the same basic fucking shape in gray over and over and over again. I can't tell those apart. I'm not even gonna lie. I'd probably know it if I saw it, Hallie. I used to go to a lot of like car shows with my dad when I was a kid. He'd take us to that kind of stuff. But like I really don't know. I cannot emphasize how much shit I don't know about cars. She's got kind of slouchier shoulders, not super square ones. The ones with wheels, yeah, thanks. That really narrows it down. I should probably just throw the fucking symmetry ruler on to get my basic shapes down and then vary it from there, side to side and everything. But that'll help me do the proportions quicker. Neck thickness. On a skinny bitch like me, it's about the same distance as your pupils. For somebody who's stronger or heavier, it's going to be a bit wider. But pupillary distance is a great place to start. I would. The way I learned how to draw was drawing people who are like skinny toned first. Which, you know, I've said before, everybody kind of draws their own look first, and I used to play sports. I played one whole sport. Shocking, I know. But it's armature portions or amateur part. Listen. R/men drawing women. There's your amateur portions. Yeah, everybody generally starts learning to draw by drawing themselves. You know, they'll look at their hands, they'll look in a mirror. And so I started with kind of skinny toned. And then from there, I learned how to build those muscles bigger to make somebody who's stronger, or to downplay them if it's somebody who's very scrawny. And I learned where to build on the fat. And so I can draw all sorts of body types now. I need to keep reminding myself that she's supposed to be short. Because I keep defaulting to taller proportions. Hallie, did I ever tell you about my webcomic idea? Because I had a webcomic idea that is immediately related to what we're currently discussing. Okay, so I've done like a couple page sketches, but I've never actually finished one. I'm drawing a D&D character, an original character of mine. Just started 38 minutes ago, although part of that was chatting, and I had some issues with OBS, so I had to figure that out too. But yeah, I'm drawing an Earth Genasi Barbarian, who is a young woman, whereabouts of mid-20s. And yeah, I had this webcomic idea a while back. I've drawn a couple characters for it, a couple pages for it, but I've never actually followed through with this. And in part, it's because one thing just hasn't clicked in terms of the plot line yet, but I like to sit on ideas. And this idea of mine is pretty silly. The concept is that somehow, some way, poorly done art of women has come to life, akin to a zombie apocalypse. And you have a group of, like, survivors who are trying to get by in this world where there's these violent, vaguely humanoid creatures. And different types of poorly drawn women are like different types of special zombies. So, for example, you have those classic twisted spine, tits, and ass poses. Those zombies can now turn 180 degrees at the waist like an owl. You think they're facing away? You think you're safe? Joke's on you. Their whole fucking upper body turns around and now they're running backwards at you. Backwards, forwards. There would be like... Yes, exactly. There's so many different types. You could have like the huge boob Barbie types that can't walk and just drag themselves along the ground. There could be like the Rob Liefeld types with the super long legs are really, really fast, and you gotta outrun them. Hallie. But yeah, it would be satirical body horror. Satirical body horror based on poorly drawn sketches of women. Oh my gosh, Raz, hi! How was your stream? Big Naturals Captain America! That's so funny! Ooh, you were playing Split Fiction? Oh, that game looks so good. Also, I'm sorry it shouted you out twice. It's been doing that for raids, and I don't know why. I keep trying to figure it out. We were just discussing this webcomic idea I came up with a while back that I never actually did. And they're encouraging me to actually do it. I'm not the one who gave him bazongas. Listen, I blame Rob Liefeld for most of my problems, okay? Um, so I was just telling everybody about this idea for a webcomic I had, and it's a satirical body horror comic. And it's basically a zombie apocalypse, except instead of zombies, poorly drawn women have crawled off the page and come to life, and they want revenge because their life is pain. And so you got like your Barbie types where their boobs are too big and their feet are too small and they can't walk. You've got your Rob Liefeld types where they've got crazy long legs and they run super fast. You've got your twisty spine TNA pose chicks who can turn 180 at the waist like an owl. Um, I think it would be really funny, honestly. And the concept I had in my head for like a zine comic, like a short one that would kind of like show the idea, would be started just like a zombie apocalypse comic would, where like they're breaking into a parking garage to try and siphon gas from cars for their generators. And they're looking around and they're like, is it safe? And they've got like bats and guns and like jerry cans and everything. Dude, of course, thank you so much for the raid. And they're like looking around and they're like, I think it's safe, but wait. And then they like look over toward like the stairwell, and in the stairwell there's somebody standing there, but their back is turned, and they're like, oh, just be quiet and they won't see us. And they're like sneaking through the parking garage with their jerry cans and stuff trying to go get gas, and then like, I don't know, somebody steps on a twig and the thing's upper body just turns 180 degrees and it's just like screaming like, ah, people, and then attacks. I think it would be great. Girl, like there would be a lot of room to satirize this. I think the main group would be like teenage girls who are surviving this together. I think maybe they were on a sports team together. I'm thinking like soccer, and they were like, I don't know, maybe at a sports meet or something when this happened, and they're like the main group that the storyline follows while they're trying to survive, and and then like they, you know, run into other survivors, and some of those survivors are like dumbass dudes who maybe contributed to this problem in the first place, and you know, all sorts of people. You can get in a lot of interesting interaction in an apocalypse scenario. You can fit in a lot of things that are like metaphors for real life experiences too. Haster, Maker's Mark, come on. Why does everyone associate me with booze? I have once again made this too tall. Give me a second. That looks more accurate, but we're gonna be doing a lot of back and forth. A Maker's Mark was an artist's signature first. Okay, that's not my fault. You know what? Fucking Zoob writes horror. Maybe I should hit him up. Maybe I should hit up Zoob because he writes horror. I don't really write in that way. I'm very casual about writing. Y'all are too sweet. I don't know what to do with all this praise. Oh my gosh, I actually made this username years ago when I was trying to like reserve emails and stuff for specific names, and I got the Gmail to like reserve it, I guess. And I came up with it ages ago and I thought it was so cool, and it never occurred to me that people would think of Maker's Mark, and it probably should have. I like Googled it and everything to make sure it wasn't taken, you know? No way. The fucking XD when we used to all use that face. Oh my god. I know a couple people who still do, and I'm like, don't ever stop. Keep it alive. I stopped a while ago. I can't go back now. I'd be a poser. I'd be a poser. Love this fucking song. The PTXD. Stop. Stop. That's fantastic. Oh, Hallie, you had a jock phase then? I was never a jock. I just played one sport, but I've always been a nerd. I think a lot of people, like, maybe don't realize just how nerdy I am when they see me in real life, because they see, like, an alternative person, and they're like, oh, that person's cool. And then I open my mouth, and, like, Dungeons and Dragons facts spill out, and they don't know what to do with that. George Bushy Balls? Dude, I played lacrosse. Yeah, I used to play lacrosse. So, like, we both picked, like, aggressive sports, too. But yeah, I should totally hit up Zoob about my little horror webcomic idea. Yeah, Hot Topic was forced to sell out because they were going out of business. Literally, the only reason we still have Hot Topic is because of Twilight. Like, you can fucking check me on that. If it weren't for the Twilight merchandising deals that Hot Topic got, they would have gone under. I just need to figure out, like, what actually made these, like, drawings come to life. Like, or I just never answer it because it's more ironic that way. I don't know. Usually I like to have some kind of clever little wrap up, but maybe I just can't for this one. This is the kiosk of a killer, Bella. A cocoon for baby bats. That's cute. Oh my god. Yeah, I was such a mall rat back in the day, but like, where else were you gonna hang out? Like, at least at the mall, you could have a hangout on the cheap. Because, like, you get some Annie Ann's pretzels, and then you walk around, and they can't say you're loitering. Oh my god, calling all cars. Stop. These songs are throwing me straight back to middle school. Also, the skate park wasn't an option because that's where all the little shithead kids dealt drugs and then they tore it down. I was in a very boring suburb, so there was a lot of drugs. Would you believe I was straight edge until 18? Sir Pippin, not AFI. No, not AFI. No, I'm just fucking. I was. I had this like a really weird mix of music, and there was a while where I was like a supremacist about that shit. You know, that like metal's the only real music kind of middle school nonsense. Um, and I can't describe that better than like musical supremacism, honestly, because it's fucking art. It's subjective. Of course, there's gonna be different types for different people, and so like, you know, once I got out of that phase, my music taste really broadened. But up until that point, it was like Korn and System of a Down. Hallie. Hallie. I really yeah, I guess elitist is less bad. You're right. You're right. But you know, I was like, these are the only bands I listen to for a long time. And that was like Korn, System of a Down, My Chemical Romance, Fall Out Boy, and Panic at the Disco. Um like these days, I still listen to those bands, and there's a lot of some of them in this mix, but I also listen to like a shitload of Muse, a lot of 21 Pilots, um a lot of Gorillas. I love the Gorillas. I listen to musicals. Like I really have a very broad music taste these days. I listen to a lot of weird indie shit. Part of the thing is too, I have one of those weird moms. No, banana. I have one of those weird moms that doesn't listen to music. Like my mother considered music a waste of time. Um and my father is hard of hearing, and so he just kind of fell out of it when his hearing got bad. Um and so I just kind of like no one ever introduced me to bands. And like my big sister would show me some, but that was like very much like whatever was in vogue in like the alternative scene in like 2006. Like I still mostly listen to alternative. But I think the fact that most of my music taste just comes from like legitimately just like digging through YouTube playlists and stuff kind of explains a lot. That's hilarious. Oh god, that's so gross though. Yeah, like I like to say that in middle school I had serious crushes on scene boys, and it wasn't until high school that I realized it was because I wanted to be one, not that I wanted one. And now I've got this like emo androgynous thing going on. Melancholy Hill is a great song. I love it. Listen, listen, I'm trying, Hallie. Yeah, I was definitely very elitist and uptight about music though, and it didn't help that like I was a choir kid and shit. So I was like, I can read sheet music. I know better. This is the only real music. Like, what the fuck, dude? Middle school ass logic. Ugh, I've never had the pleasure of seeing Gorillaz live, but I would absolutely love to. I saw Patrick Stump, not Fall Out Boy, just Patrick Stump for his solo album when he was an opener for Panic at the Disco, and my god, he is one of the most he's one of the most talented multi instrumentalists fucking out there. He blew my mind. Patrick Stump sounds better in person than he does on recordings, and every song, sometimes multiple times a song, he picked up a new instrument and played something else. And it just, and he was dancing his ass off the whole time in a three-piece suit, and it was really hot. And he was dancing and singing and playing trumpet and playing drums and playing guitar and playing bass and playing keyboard and playing piano and playing like saxophone and synth keys and whatever the fuck else he played. It was insane. I lost track. Dude, he's so fucking talented. He's so fucking talented. If you ever have the chance to see like Fall Out Boy or Patrick Stump live, like go for it. You should see how fucking talented and how much of a goddamn performer Patrick Stump is. And the rest of them are incredible too. But having had the opportunity to see him for his solo tour, that was a weird album. If you guys have never listened to his solo shit, it's weird. There's a couple in this mix, but only like one or two. The album's called Soul Punk. Hallie, oh my god. It's just I think a lot of people didn't expect it to be like that from the Fall Out Boy guy, you know what I mean? In my opinion, it makes sense though. If you look at his musical influences, Fall Out Boy is kind of a stretch for him to begin with. You know what? I'm gonna queue up a song from that album for next because I've said it before. It is the dirtiest song Patrick Stump has ever written. And like generally I would say Patrick Stump is a very like PG kind of guy. He doesn't curse a lot. He doesn't run his mouth. Um he's very private about his life. Respect that, no problem with that. But he's not somebody you would be expecting to make these kind of dirty references. Oh, it went into Don Chromatic because I added it too late. 1 second. Up next. Okay, I'm putting on Ali and then Don Chromatic. Because Don Chromatic is good. I don't want to just skip it. But okay, this is Patrick Stump's dirtiest song he's ever written. Because all that dirty shit in Fall Out Boy, that's Pete. That's not Patrick. Pete Wentz hit on my cousin once. Damn, honestly, if I'm that horny when I'm 85, I've lived well. You know what I'm saying? I'd like to emphasize that line. You said you were protected. I thought you meant you had a gun. That fucking sends me. Oh my god. Gasms. How bold. The fucking grapefruit. The fucking grapefruit. I can't even make those sounds, dog. That I swear she had like a vacuum in her mouth.
Liminal_mushroom says grapefruit me daddy.
I don't I don't have a browser audio set up. Is that on YouTube Music? That bitch had like a vacuum in her cheeks or something, cuz I don't know how she made those noises. You don't want me to do that into this microphone. My partner who owns this microphone said, "Please don't do that to this microphone." You really don't want that on this microphone. I had to add filters so that you won't hear my tongue ring clack against my teeth, and so that you don't hear me breathing. Like, it's really intense. Also, I need to critique the specific choice of a grapefruit because, like, you could have picked like any decently sized citric fruit, or even melons. I guess I don't fuck fruit. Um, but she had to go and pick a grapefruit, which is the one fruit out there that's gonna make your goddamn birth control stop working. Grapefruit and birth control counteract each other. In case you weren't aware, don't eat grapefruit on birth control, you'll get fucking pregnant. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Grapefruit has like grapefruit and medications interact really badly, and birth control is. Oh, I bumped my pop filter. Birth control's on that list. Yeah. So why grapefruit? I'm not trying to get pregnant. You'll gift me a sub if I eat the mic. Grapefruit the mic. My this is a really good mic. I just that's all. I want to know why grapefruit, cuz it's going to fuck with somebody's birth control. I bet you somebody got pregnant because of that. I bet you. Somebody out there had a baby because of grapefruiting. Okay, that's closer. But again, we're not going with like a basic standing pose like this. We're just trying to figure out proportions, and I'm going to go over on top of this, and I'm going to clean this up. I'm not throating the microphone. This isn't OnlyFans. Oh my god. Y'all trying to get me banned. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Punk Ape is gonna come back and be like, what the fuck happened? I mean, we all know that we all know Punk Ape and Zoob be fucking sandwiches together. Hallie, just make sure you wrap it, cause grapefruit's not. I got bad news about grapefruit, man. Okay, let me go over this and make this look more like an actual body now that I've fucked around for like an hour. Yeah, they just got like a foot long. Six-two bodybuilding demon lady. If only we could get that lucky. God damn. I'm telling you, the grapefruit's the reason. Pumpkin soup, Lady and the Tramp in a sub sandwich. Oh god, I really want to make that an emote set now with a sub sandwich. Oh my god, those guys are so funny. Great dudes, great dudes. If you're not following them already, what are you doing? Oh my god. Yeah, isn't his birthday like next week or something? I thought it was in the teens, but it could be the 21st. Something like that. Hey, Wes, how's your night going, dude? But yeah, I think I'm gonna have to hit up Zoob with that comic idea of mine. See if he can't maybe help me fill in some blanks so that I can like actually make that a thing and not just something I talk about. Because I don't know, I like to write, but I'm not good at Oh my god, dude, just like send him a doodle, just no context. I would do that too. Um, oh my god, yeah, just that'd be so funny. Just punk ape, Zoob the Mad, sandwich lady in tramp style. Yeah. Oh my god. Just like a sub. It's gotta be like a Subway sub too. Oh dude, hell yeah. We're just getting started on this one tonight. And it's mostly been me trying to like figure out proportions so far. To make this look like a person and not a whatever. I feel like her hips need a little more chutzpah. I feel like she should be more pear-shaped, where right now she's more hourglass. Ooh, hell yeah, I gotta check that out. Did he really, Hallie? Oh my god. Him with, like, soup and sandwiches, dude. Like, I can't. I can't even explain it. Hold on, I'm gonna check it out on my phone because I already closed Discord since I have a million fucking things open for stream. Shut up, I'm not gonna buy Nitro. Oh, dude, that looks awesome. I gotta, like, check that out closer later, but that came out gorgeous. Yeah, next thing we know, like, we're gonna, like, accidentally give Zoob, like, eating problems, and I don't want... I don't want to do that. But, like, he went off for, like, 8 minutes about soup one time. Like, that was hilarious. Like, am I not supposed to laugh? Local crocodile banned from Olive Garden. Dude, I'm not even kidding. I keep asking him to get permission from the artist that his fucking, like, Croc Daddy t-shirt for his VTuber was drawn by because I want that as a real fucking t-shirt. And he's like, oh, I don't know what the artist would think. And I'm like, ask! Ask! Okay, I've got more of a feel. Okay, I want her hips wider. And as a result, her stance is going to be wider, which makes sense for a barbarian. Nice grounded stance. And I want to have her, like, a little bit knock-kneed. I'm getting, like, a better idea. I haven't drawn her in a while. So I'm trying to get a better idea of how exactly I want her to look. And I'm not using any references or anything, which is definitely something I should be doing. But hey, here we are. Ew, Hallie, I hate that. What? Why is that a thing? Subdermal pockets? Are we fucking kangaroos? Like, eh. Hey, ew, how do you clean that? Ew, I don't like this. I don't like this. Listen, I don't like this, and I've already got a hoagie holster as far as I'm concerned. So, like, maybe this is why I'm trans. Ugh, gross. People keep telling me I need to play that game. And I keep getting like emails from Steam like, hey, that's on sale. And I'm like, okay, but it's still like $40. You know how many chocolate bars I could get for $40? Do you know how much more I'd probably enjoy a chocolate bar? That's not true, but you know what I'm saying. Yeah, no, I know that that's the tabletop, but I don't know. How does the game have you played the game? How do you think it compares to the tabletop? Like it's I haven't heard much about that. So I imagine it's not as like one to one as BG3 and D&D are. Those are still different, but they're very close. Oh, dude, this is one of my favorite musicians, and I've been listening to him since middle school, and he finally started to fucking like actually pick up traction during like COVID. When he was one of the few artists still putting out music because he does a lot of it by himself, and so he didn't really need other people recording for him or playing other instruments. And I'm really happy that he's like starting to go off finally. He fucking deserves it. He's so talented. But also, I sound so hipster when I tell people that. Yeah, makes sense. It's hard to recreate tabletops in games. You can't actually program the discretion of a game master. God damn it! Why am I a hipster? I'm emo. Ignore the film camera immediately behind my head. You can't see it. Can't see my film camera. That camera's actually radioactive. It's from the 60s and it has old uranium glass. Am I a hipster or am I just broke and finding cool shit at thrift stores? Because honestly, I dress pretty different if I could afford to. But clothes are really expensive. And I'm that weird combo of tall, skinny that they don't really make clothes for. Oh gosh. Yeah, I have a 60s film camera on that side. Hold on. Yeah, the one above me is from 64, and you can see in that corner there's a Polaroid from the 80s. I got both of those at thrift stores. I got Yo, me too, Hallie, though. Me too. Like, yeah, I can't find pants that fit me anywhere. My arms are too long for my sleeves on the majority of shirts. This only reaches my wrist because it's like 4 sizes too big. Um, Nothing fits. Nothing fits. God, how did I get something in my eye twice tonight? But yeah, I rearranged a little. I got some stuff for my birthday. That's peeking out is a fucking helm. That's a mask. Art supplies over there. You can tell I like masks. I have a bunch of bones. My rock fact rock from Over the Garden Wall. Yes, that's a wanted poster of my cat. I photoshopped that myself. Yeah, it's 50 gold pieces for reward. And it's for being a menace upon the public and a sassy little shit. And yeah, I looked for like 3 months for the right rock. Just anytime I was like on a walk or whatever, I just look for like a rock that was the right size, shape, and color. And I finally found that one in like some landscaping at a restaurant, and I was like, oh, it's perfect. And I brought it home and painted the face on to make it like as identical as possible. I love my rock fact rock. It's so silly, but it took me months to find the right rock. And yeah. I haven't identified that one yet. That one's new. But I know for certain that the other ones are all white-tailed deer bones. And then that is my current favorite specimen. It's two vertebrae that were still connected when I found them, so they're immediately in succession. And they're no longer I'm connected. I'm able to separate them because like the last little bit of tissue came off in cleaning. But they are immediately consecutive, so I have them like just stacked together. But yeah, I got some new stuff in the mix. The mask in front of the Undertale book right there is new. I moved a box that was there because I got a proper jewelry box. Um, and I just kind of shifted some stuff around to make up for the space. But yeah, I like to grab like dry bones I find when I'm like hiking and stuff. The place I get Christmas trees at is like surprisingly a really good spot to find bones. I find a few like every time we go and get a Christmas tree. It's called vulture culture. There is a name for it. Dude, it's just like in the middle of nowhere and we like hike to go get our Christmas tree. So when it's not Christmas tree season and there's no one there, it's the wilds. Hold on. I really need a tissue after smoking that bowl. No, not a culture vulture. It's vulture culture. Give me just 1 sec. I need to like blow my nose real quick. And that's gross. I don't want to do that on stream. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I just had to grab a tissue. For anyone wondering, the gloves are so that my hands slide over the glass of the drawing tablet. But yeah, I was considering like adding no, it's not just an emo thing. I don't wear them when I'm playing games, just when I'm drawing. Although for some games I will because my hands get sweaty. It helps hold the controller. But yeah, Painted King has a redeem where you can ask to see like his action figures from off the shelf behind him, and I think that's cool. And I was considering maybe adding one for like my some of my stuff, but I don't have as much stuff as he does. He's got like a whole fucking room of collectibles. It's crazy. Dude, like it's really funny how that's the stereotype because like it's legitimately never been a phase for me, and like people are like always so extra about that. Dude, just some fingerless gloves. It does the job really well. And then I have a drawing glove underneath, which is why these two fingers are covered also, since this is my dominant hand. And then on the other hand, it's just a regular ass fingerless glove. And I wear them when I'm like playing certain games with controller because my hands get sweaty and it gets slippery. Trying to like trying to like piece together how exactly her legs are gonna look in my brain. The thing is, most people give up on teasing me eventually because I literally like I'm just like not ashamed of any of it. You know? Like I'm like, dude, there are real things to be ashamed about, not like my face piercings, you know? Like that's the best use of that meme I've seen. Have a great night, Hallie. Thank you so much for hanging out. Yo, I fucking started rewatching Zombieland Saga. Have any of you guys seen that anime? It's not that at all. It's not like the movie at all. It's an idol group anime called Zombie Land Saga. And it's so funny. Okay, this is not spoilers. This is like first 5 minutes premise. This guy who like wants a get rich quick scheme and is passionate about money figures out how to raise the dead as zombies and decides to raise a bunch of dead girls who used to be like talented singers and dancers and stuff to make an idol group because he thinks like, oh, like they're zombies. I don't have to like feed them. I don't have to insure them. I don't have to do XYZ. It'll be so much cheaper. Think of the cutbacks. Like, and he makes a bunch of zombies and turns them into an idol group and makes them fucking sing and dance. And it's absolutely hilarious. Yeah, they never even give him a name. He's just the manager or shades because he's always wearing sunglasses. I don't think they've ever shown his eyes. Even like bathing, he's got the fucking shades on. I made the arms too long. Yeah. I've been like wondering if they're ever gonna reveal what his eyes look like, but I don't know. I have to see if like the manga goes past where the show goes or whatever. Seriously though, it's so fucking funny. And I don't really watch a lot of anime anymore, but I thoroughly enjoy that one. So those circles, those like semicircles I just added, that is figuring out the range of motion. So like where the elbow will be as it moves along, like as the shoulder is turned. Obviously, if you're going forward or back, then you run into foreshortening. But if you're just going out, then that gives you a way to get the proportion for how long the arm is going to be when it's like T pose versus when it's down versus like if she's got her arm raised, like if she's waving or something. Yeah, exactly. Vitruvian Man kind of shit. Like that's exactly what that was showing on the Vitruvian Man. It's kind of like the wingspan of how arms and legs can manipulate. So I have like the basic body shape. This isn't 100% what I want her to look like. It's a little cartoony still in proportion, and I'm hoping with like posing and everything that I can fix that. I really should be using a reference, but I'm being kind of stubborn and treating this like a study, and trying to do it based on like principles of art instead. I think I want her to be left-handed also. I think I want to put the weapon in the left hand. I don't remember if I ever distinguished that when I played her, but it was brief. It was only like a 3 session thing, so I think I can get liberal with it, frankly. Dude, that was such a grown man writing what they think a TikTok girl was like, in my opinion, situation. Um like I know a lot of like influencer types and none of them talk like that. Like Jesus Christ, what were they doing? She was so annoying. Are you gonna be doing more of that game on stream? It looked really funny. Also, Wes, that semicircle I based on her belly button. In her case, it's slightly above the belly button because she's a little bit chubby, and so the way her stomach lays kind of brings the belly button down. But it's like where the belly button sits is where you define elbow movement. Cold monkeys. Dude, I got into this band for all the wrong reasons. Make fun of them all you want. Yeah, they're a great band. Fucking Chrono made fun of me for being into them. And then I told him I got into them because I had a crush on this girl who was really into them. And I fucking and he was like, "Oh, everything makes sense. Everything makes sense. Your excuse." Like, yeah, they have really good writing. I really like them. I love their bass lines. But yeah, Chrono roasted me until I was like, "It's because of this chick I was into," and he's like, "Ah," and nothing even came of it because she was fucking straight. I really thought she was gay, but no, she was just a beanies and flannels kind of straight, apparently. I know. Pathetic. So that's gonna be like the handle of her axe. She's holding it, and it's like sitting on her shoulder. And then it's gonna be behind her. Some kind of dope axe, filler shape for now. I think I want to kind of do a little bit of a study in contrast where she's got this big, brutish axe and like her bicep is a little flex, just supporting the fucking weight of it. And then her other hand is just going to be like to her chest, just kind of like, kind of wistful. Because she's a cutie, but she's also fucking strong. You can be strong and femme. Something like that. Wes, you have the best emotes. Now, she shouldn't actually have a super sharp collarbone or clavicle, whatever you want to call it. Since she's a little bit chubbier, it would be softer. And I'm going to sell that more with shading later, but for now, I'm kind of using that to mark my midline. I think people will. I think people will. I just think your emotes have great range, and I think as long as you maintain that, then you're good. But they have great range and great expression. And using thirds for a face is a generally good way to get a start on the proportions of it. I usually give a little extra room to the noggin because the like actual cranium of a skull is bigger than people tend to realize. It's downplayed a lot in like cartoon skulls and Halloween store skulls and all that sort of shit. But if you like actually see somebody with like a head shaved bald, there's quite a bit of room for the brain. And or if you've ever had the opportunity to see a real human skull, either like in a museum from somebody's collection, whatever, there's a lot of room back there. Try to remind myself that by leaving a little, like the largest third as the cranium. I thought it'd be cute to have her head tilted like just a little bit. I think the symmetry tool was honestly throwing off my proportions too because people are not symmetrical. And I know we always seek to base our art off of symmetry, but it's enough for me to be like, something's off here. Hold on, let me zoom you all out. I'm trying to figure out some leg stuff here. Okay, yeah, I'm definitely getting like the feel for her more now, and she's gonna come out cute as fuck. 2 hours in. God, I'm such a slow artist. My boss would have been fucking yelling at me by now at the tattoo shop. Getting ahead of myself. Just naming some layers real quick. Want to use like a dark purple color and do like our first solid cleanup to really like get clean lines in here instead of these scribbly lines and really solidify the shape. And then I want to start working on like the actual details of like her face and clothes and stuff once I have the base that is her body shape correct. Because everything builds off of there. I'm sorry, but I love you in the same way. There's a chapel in a hospital. Goes hard. I can't even lie. Hum Hallelujah is one of my favorite Fall Out Boy songs ever. That sounds interesting. I'd definitely be curious to see it. Because, like, I do think AI is a tool. And I think that, like, yeah, a lot of AI video generative stuff right now is, I think AI is a tool and you can use it in good ways and you can use it in bad ways, which, you know, is the same case with any tool, I think. Um, I just wish, like, legislation would keep up with this stuff. But they're never going to. Tech moves too fast. Yeah, I really need to add one. I realized that recently when Sir Pippin was posting music under the art page. And like it's a type of art, so I was like, that's cool. But I was like, shoot, I really just didn't add a music page? Music channel? Like that's surprising for me. That I overlooked that. I think I was so like in the zone of trying to make it like stream applicable that I didn't even fucking think. Emo O'Clock. And this time it's Law Dispute, not Frank Euro. Thanks, dude. I'll check it out after stream. Cause I just I don't have like a browser set up for sharing that kind of stuff. A browser source. I don't have any of that. My stream is like secretly held together by like off-brand dollar store duct tape. There's like some ridiculous stuff going on behind the scenes. Like I remember mealtime with dad losing it when I told him that the candles and the smoky ink pot that I have are just slideshows because I couldn't get the gifts to work right. And he roasted me for it. I'm like, yeah, I tried I tried like GIF, I tried like movie formats, I tried like, like MK whatever shit video format, and none of it fucking worked. So I just took the frame by frame and made them fast moving slideshows instead. The ticking clock is a GIF though. That one worked. And it's because of fucking partial transparency, because you can see through the smoke and the flames. That's why it wasn't working. But guess what? Partial transparency works on a slideshow. Loophole. That's definitely one of the dumbest things I've done on this. Like, to get it mechanically working the way I wanted it to. Trying to figure out the fingers. Hey, welcome back. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how the fingers are laying. That came out nice. First shot. All right, that's the arms, the hands. This is such a great song, Semi Charmed Life from Third Eye Blind. And I can't hear it now without thinking of the fucking Good Place. Shoot, I forgot to move the damn camera again. Sorry, guys. I'm really bad at that sometimes. I just like did a quick line art of the legs and feet. The feet don't really need much more than like the basic shapes, since they'll be in fucking boots. But I do need like those shapes to see how the boots would flex and how they'd be built around the feet. So I did like a little area for the heel, the arch, and like the toe. That's pretty much all you need to draw a decent pair of shoes. I kind of want to try and get some more detail into her face. Get like an actual eye shape at least. Excuse me. Why did this just repeat? That's not on the playlist twice, is it? How did that slip through the cracks? What the heck? I want her to have full lips, but not that full. Not the way I just drew them. I'll figure out our mouth fucking later. Dimples. Welcome back from ads, guys. I have sleeves a lot like this on my own Ren Fair gear. Blah, blah, blah. Just like little stick out over the shoulder accent sleeves more than anything, and I thought something like that could be fun for her. Obviously, I need to clean this up, but I'm just trying to figure like the shapes, the basic outfit. She wouldn't have any armor since she's a barbarian. Dude, of course I go to Ren fairs. I've got a full fucking suit of armor. Well, not full. I've got most of a suit of armor. I can't find a chest plate that's tiny enough for my skinny ass. I like the New York one the most, but I've been to a few. I've also been LARPing several times. I used to LARP somewhat regularly. This fucking derp emote. Oh my god, that smug little guy. Yeah. The other armor I was able to like bend a bit, and I glued padding into it. But I haven't been able to find a chest plate. Even like I don't know. I've looked at a few different types of armor to see if there's like a particular cut that would be more practical, but I can't seem to find any that are nearly small enough, and the kind of editing I would have to do to the ones I've seen to make them fit, it would probably be easier to just forge one my damn self, to be honest. Thanks for the lure, Chaos. I love the Ren Fair. I saw some guy break like a sword swallowing world record. He shoved like a bunch of swords down his throat. It was crazy. That man's the real throat goat. I'll tell you what the fuck. There's the New York one also has a falconer, and that's always really fun to go to. He always makes people hide their food when the vulture comes out because it likes to steal people's turkey legs. I've been there a bunch of times, and they have this one donut stand that's like tucked all the way in the back that like if you ever go to the New York Ren Fair, get the fucking donuts. Get the donuts. Get them. Like, I don't care how long the line is. I swear to God, some people go to the Renaissance Fair just for those goddamn donuts. They're so good. Oh, jeez. I've never seen anybody in that state of undress at the New York one. It is like a family friendly thing. So, like, I don't know. There's usually like a lot of boob, but that's a result of the corsets, you know? They also have a glass blower at the New York one, and I love watching glass blowing. And everyone either makes fun of you or hits on you. Like all the employees. It's really funny, honestly. I went like years ago, back when I had a mohawk. I went with my mohawk styled, and it was, pretty fucking tall. I stood out like a sore thumb. And and as soon as I walked in, literally like less than a yard into the park where they actually host it, one of the dudes like points toward the back and he's like, the rooster pens are over thine hill, like whatever the fuck he said, or I just fucking lost it. Well, Wes, if you're not familiar, you know the big fucking furnace glass blowers have where they're always like putting the work in there to warm it back up, make sure it stays at temperature, and then like it's got the doors and the fucking hole for you to stick the glass through. The actual word for that is glory hole. I am not joking. I am not pulling your leg. That is what that's called. So, I think it's the glory hole at the glass blower. Saturn, of course, that's when you pop in. The furnace a glass blower uses is dead ass called a glory hole. That's the real term for it. There's a show on Netflix if you want to learn about glass blowing called Blown Away. Of course, it's a pun, and it's a glass blowing competition. Fantastic work. Seriously, that's what it's actually called. You can look it up right now. Like I'm not I know I pull people's legs a lot, but I'm not fucking kidding right now. It's called a glory hole. I don't know who exactly decided to name it that. Um I know that glass blowing is an ancient art, so I don't know if it's a result of some weird translations or if the term glory hole stems from glass blowing somehow, because it used to be a lot more common. I really don't know. I just know they're both named the same damn thing. But yeah, if you watch that show on Netflix the whole time, they're like, oh yeah, you know, I just stuck it in the glory hole. And they're talking about their fucking work and like they're making beautiful art. And this is like a kid friendly show. And I'm giggling my ass off. Oh man, I broke it pulling it out of the glory hole. Oh, geez. How am I supposed to not laugh at that? Like, but for real, that's what it's called. And if you want to check out the process of blowing glass, I suggest watching the show Blown Away. It's a really good show. It talks about like a lot of the tools and a lot of how it works, and they show a lot of work get shattered too, because that's part of like working with glass. And one of my favorite glass blowing artists I discovered through that show, Alexander Rosenberg. Incredible work. And he works out of Philly, so one of these days, I want to pay for a lesson with him, but no time soon. That shit's expensive. There's also a guy at the New York Ren Fair that you can pay to throw tomatoes at, and he just insults you the whole time. It's really funny. I never throw tomatoes at him because I have a terrible arm, and he's gonna just roast me. But, but I always watch people. But yeah, Alexander Rosenberg is incredible. I love his art. There was another guy on there too who, in terms of his technical skill, oh my god. Like, I want to learn so much from this guy, but he was such a douchebag. He was like really stuck up about it. And I didn't like that at all. But he did this thing called a French pull that just blew my mind. Oh my god. Basically, like, there was the work table with a pool of molten glass on it, and he took the punty, which is the bar that you like collect glass on the end of and blow air into normally, but he just like dipped in like the side of the punty, like horizontally, and then he pulled up a sheet of dripping molten glass and draped it over his project like plastic wrap. Holy shit, man. Fucking asshole, but the talent. That shit was crazy. But I mean, Alexander Rosenberg managed to make he did blown glass kettlebells. Like the weight with the ball and the handle. And he made that glass texture and color and like the way the light bounced off of it, all of it. He made it look like metal. He made it look so heavy. The second eye isn't coming out right, so I'm gonna copy the other one, flip and position it, and then fucking trace it because I don't want them to be perfectly symmetrical. I want it to look hand drawn still, but it's just not coming out right, and I'm wasting time at this point. All right, that's verbatim traced. But I drew the first one, so I'm only tracing my own work. It's allowed. And again, I'm not using a fucking reference on this one because I'm an idiot. We're on a muse streak. I always like to double over the corners of the lips. I find it, just with the way the lips lay, adds just a touch of realism if you just give the tiniest little bit of extra weight to the line at the corners of the lips. Really makes a big difference, in my opinion. Just one of those small things I always do. Excuse me as I erase 5 pixels because it wasn't perfectly aligned in particular. Hold on, I need to stretch my back. I'm almost 30, dudes, and I'm fucking feeling it. Which apparently some of you think I'm lying about, by the way. Yeah, I know you're older than me, Wes. I know I'm practically a baby. But apparently Masky thinks I'm 24. I'm like, it was just my birthday. Why would I lie? Whew, I think I slept funny. Got my tablet back. I need to get like an extension cord for this thing. No, not my birthday, Saturn. My age. I've been accused of looking too young to be 28. I don't know. Apparently, I look like I'm no older than 25 max, but I just turned 28, and some people were calling me a bullshitter for that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what people thought because like I'm being told now that I look younger than I am, but like through most of my life people have thought I look older than I am. So I guess my age has finally caught up with my appearance cuz I think I've looked the same since like puberty, honestly. I don't like when I look back at pictures, I can tell what age I am from like the hair dye color and how many piercings I have. That's how I keep track. But yeah, the Masky and Eos were saying that like there's no way I'm older than 25, and they've decided I'm 24 on my behalf. And they're all like, "Just take the compliment," and I'm like, "But I'm not ashamed of my age." I will not be sold the idea that aging is embarrassing by skin cream companies. I think I look my age, yeah, but Masky and Eos are saying I'm 24. I'm like, oh, but you're wrong. Like, I was born in the 90s. Like, I don't know what to say, man. They've gone on some crazy conspiracy theory that I'm younger than I'm claiming. Yeah, that's fair, Saturn. Yeah, I don't know a lot of like very young people who have like a bunch of face piercings and stuff, but You know, some parents let their kids do that stuff, but mine certainly didn't. Mine started at 18. So for me, I'm like, what? You think I'm how old? How many do you think I got in like super quick succession then? But yeah, according to them, I was born in 2001 and I'm a liar. And I'm like, "No, I'm a 97 baby. I've said this." I may not remember much of the 90s, but I was certainly there for them. Yeah, I don't know. And I've like I don't know, maybe it's that my camera isn't like it's good quality, but it's not like HD. And that kind of like blends out my skin a little bit so you can't see like the fine lines, I guess. I don't know. Cuz I've definitely been noticing I'm getting like little creases at the corner of my eye, and like especially when I did photography, I would always scrunch my left eye, and so my left eye has a little bit more of it going on. Um Bold of you to assume I touch grass. I don't know. I've gotten a couple comments though that people thought I was younger, like in like the last year, and so I think my age is catching up with my appearance. Mm. There's this streamer I follow who's really funny, Yumpalina, and she she has a redeem called Touch Grass, and then she pulls out this like post-it note sized piece of like turf and just like pets it into the microphone like ASMR, like, and then she's like, there, now none of us have to touch grass this week. And it's like, it always cracks me up. She's so funny. She has some great redeems. I'm assuming she just like hit up some turf grass company and asked for a sample. What's up, Masky? Did you hear us talking about your conspiracy theory that I'm lying about my age? I don't know what to tell you. I'm 28. That's wild. So that's where the curse of Ra comes from? Fucking fungal spores? Cause like, if you're not aware, the Salem that's fascinating. The Salem witch trials were a result of a type of mold. Yeah, mold that grew in wheat. It was in their fucking bread. And in the water. It got in the water from like rainwater running off the wheat. And they were tripping fucking balls on mold, hallucinating shit. And that's why we had the Salem witch trials. Fungus is fascinating, medically speaking. In a number of ways, really, but in its uses in medicine, it's really fascinating. Um, there was even part in the Handmaid's Tale when they needed medication to prevent an infection, and they couldn't get it because this was like for a fucking handmaid that they were harboring that they obviously couldn't. They were basically trying to illegally get this handmaid out of Gilead, and so they couldn't get her medicine, and so they let the fruit mold on purpose to get her fucking old school penicillin that way, and I thought that was nasty. Cordyceps are crazy. It also destroys healthy cells. Well, if they can have it learn how to target, like, in some way, shape, or form, even if it means just, like, I don't know, putting some hot sauce on the cancer. You know what I'm saying? That'd be fucking awesome. I was just on a rant the other day about how, well, I've heard it pronounced two ways prions or prions. I don't know if they're both correct or what. I've mostly read about it, obviously. I was just on a rant about fucking prions the other day and how they scare me. I think that was in PK's chat. It's with an I. They're like incomplete bits of RNA that somehow form like a almost living creature, like something that's like barely alive. And those things, if they get into your system, will fucking wreck you, and it is not curable. And that's what caused mad cow disease. Usually, people get them from cannibalism, but there have been more cases of like ice runoff from like water that's been frozen for generations that have prions in them, and they're starting to get in the water. That and rabies scare the shit out of me. I'm not gonna lie. I saw the fucking Stephen King movie Cujo when I was too young, and I've always had a lot of pets, and I'm terrified of rabies. But I don't think that's irrational. Rabies is fucking scary. Rabies is fucking scary. There's been 3 documented cases of people surviving it the last time I read about it. 3? That's still like a 99.999 repeating fucking death rate. It's crazy. Also, I hate Stephen King. I just wanted to clarify that since I mentioned one of his movies. I fucking hate that asshole. Dude, I'm fucking scared of rabies. But yes, I like horror generally speaking, but Stephen King can get bent. Whoville looking motherfucker. I I have beef with how much of a fucking pig he is. Like, that's my main issue with Stephen King, is he's a pervert and he does not know how to write women. And people are like, oh, but Carrie, you know who wrote Carrie? His fucking wife. He threw Carrie in the trash because he knew it was garbage. His wife fished it out, edited the shit out of it to make it actually apply to how women are as people. Because, shocking news, women are people. And all of a sudden it's a hit. But yeah, he's a huge pervert, and it makes his books difficult for me to get through, at best. I think that was one of his scrapped works, something like that. Um, I studied some of his works in high school, but that was a long time ago now. I just know, like, the way he talks about women. You know what? Not even women. The way he talks about girls disgusts me. Looking at you, it. You either know what I'm talking about or you don't. Saying women would be too generous to him. Hey, snack it up. That's exactly what I was referencing, punk. That's exactly what I was referencing. He was like, I have some time to kill here and I'm not sure what to write. You know what? Preteen orgy. What the fuck, Stephen King? There's no amount of stimulants and cocaine in the world that would have me writing that. And I just clipped my mic a bunch, but the point stands. Dude is bananas. Hey, Haku, thank you for stopping in. I hope you have a nice day at work. Also, I have a question. I watched the Punisher show, and I want to know how the Punisher is more the Punisher in Daredevil than the Punisher. John Bernthal is perfect, not him. Just to be clear. Hold on. I gotta take my meds. It's meds time. If you haven't taken your meds yet, go take your meds. Did you really? I would love to see that. I feel like they tried to make him more sympathetic in order to make the Punisher show feel more heroic, to stick with their formula. I've heard that before. I've heard that Warzone Punisher is best Punisher. But like there was a point where like he found yeah. There was a point in the Punisher show where he found a studio where they do very illicit photography, let's put it that way. And he let the guy running it live. I'm like, nah. Nah. The Punisher? Nah. No way. Like they just had him like burn the place down, and I'm like, nah. Okay, I just pulled that up for later. I really love John Bernthal. My complaint is not regarding him as the Punisher. It's a writing thing. I think John Bernthal is a great Punisher. I actually liked how the John Bernthal depiction, like through his own acting, humanized the Punisher a bit. It was like I said, it was the script moments that I was like, nah. Frank Castle, nah. And I think Mark Ruffalo is a fantastic Hulk, but the writing for the Hulk is shit in the movies. Always has been. gotta make sure I get the gravity of this fabric right, because I'll be honest, one of my biggest pet peeves in art is those stupid vacuum sealed fucking shirts that cling to people's titties as if they're fucking like glued onto the skin. Yeah, exactly. Where they'd have like pockets specifically shaped to the titties. Anybody who thinks shirts work like that, try sewing a bra. I dare you. Welcome back from ads. Also, if the ad message thing is off, honestly, Twitch has been so fucking broken lately, so I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, and not to mention, like, that would deflect blows toward the center of the chest, which is the exact opposite of what you want. That's like you just want hits deflected toward your vitals. What? Too many screens moment. I'm just thinking about how talented Patrick Stump is. That man. That's all you need. Big boobs in a shirt. Little line under the titties. It's not easy. No vacuum sealed required. Oh, let me fix it. It's gonna stop for just a sec. Think we're good. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah. Wes, I get so bothered by how people draw shirts in like shirts on boobs. It's not hard. People overcomplicate and oversexualize the shit out of it. It's not hard to draw like realistically a large bust in a shirt. It's not. Again, I copied one side of the jaw to the other side so that I can kind of just trace it to save time, but I am hand drawing both sides. It's a way to get good consistency without them being identical, which makes things look more natural. I really don't like using symmetry rulers for people. I'll use them for like details, insignias, logos. I don't like using them for people. Okay. I was naming some layers real quick, and I gave her like a curve to her cheekbone, and then a soft cheek, and then a little bit of a chin, because I want her to have a pretty soft face, but I don't want it to be shapeless, because that ends up too cartoony. And I'm not aiming for that cartoony. I'm tucking in my shirt because I want this to look a lot like the waistband that I have on my pants, my shorts that I'm wearing right now. So I can just look down. And that's pretty convenient. Yeah, that works. It's like a cinched fabric situation with the belt. The shorts I'm wearing right now are cinched with elastic, but this would be cinched with the belt. Pretty much the same difference in terms of how fabric behaves. I mean, the shit I'm wearing is modern, but it's not going to behave that much differently from like a woven linen. These are like polyester or some shit. They're hiking pants, so they're like not real. Go figure. Comfy as fuck though, and big pockets. Big old pockets. They're going to be straighter at the top of the leg since they're going to be weighed down by the fabric that's at the bottom of the leg, and the bottom of the leg is going to have a bit more poof where it's tucked into the boots. I feel like it was a little hard to tell what was going on since I zoomed out, so I turned down the sketch's opacity so that you guys can see better. I mean, I think everybody likes titties. I just don't like when dumbasses don't know how clothes work. What, you've never tittied tiddly? What do you mean? They're like bags of sand. I think you guys will find that my existence is just quoting other things. Like I've had multiple crises about how I'm like not a person. I'm just a bag of references to things that I like. But it's just like my brand of ADHD is just jumping from thing to thing that I enjoy in my head. So like that's just kind of how it works. Yeah. Yeah, and I think a lot of people don't realize how bad I am though because a lot of the shit I'm quoting is like obscure. Not in this case. 40-year-old version isn't that obscure, but that was a pretty popular movie. But enough of it is that I think people don't always realize. And fucking god damn it, Hallie was calling me a hipster before when he was here, and like he's not wrong, but at the same time, like I'm already a nerd and an emo. How many stereotypes can I be? And in my opinion, I look like every stereotypical bisexual in TV or video games also. So like how many stereotypes can I be? Okay, so we have like I'm like the emo stereotype. My behavior is in line with the nerd introvert stereotype. Um I feel like I'm like the bisexual stereotype and the non-binary stereotype at the same time, just like a little bit more alternative flavored, like hot topic non-binary. That's a good description. Um so yeah, those are completely separate stereotypes. Um but like I so I'm the emo stereotype, I'm the non-binary stereotype, I'm the bisexual stereotype, I'm the introvert nerd stereotype. Um I I'm the ADHD stereotype. And I want to say in addition to emo, I'm kind of a vampire kid stereotype, which is like a subcategory of emo, I would argue. Emo or goth, the overlap subcategory. Does that count? Familiar, but it's hard to say without tone over text. But maybe not. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Percy Jackson. Yeah, I had a lot of friends who were into Percy Jackson, but that one wasn't my personal digs. Can we take a moment to acknowledge how fucked up Animorphs was? You know, I don't think I've read any of those, but technically I identify as pansexual. Does that give me a pass? I do like to read, but like all other things in life, I had a weirdly sheltered upbringing, and I just kind of got to odd ones. Hell yeah, trans rights. I don't think I read Maximum Ride. And like Animorphs isn't one I caught until like later because I thought the covers were so fucking cheesy. And I know there's the whole don't judge a book by a cover thing, but we're talking about elementary school here, so give me a break. But I like heard about how fucked it up it was later, and I was like, what did I miss? And I like started reading into it and stuff, and I was like, oh my god, what is this series? Okay, there's my alarm to turn off raids so that I don't get raided before I wrap up for the night. Also, Punk, I think you were away when I suggested this. Watch the anime Zombie Land Saga. Don't look up anything about it first if you haven't heard of it. Just watch it. Just put it on. You're gonna laugh your fucking ass off. How about the guy who got turned into a rat and just like abandoned on an island? Xena, I'm so sorry for the nightmares that could lead to. I'm sorry you're EP and you just heard me say that. We're talking about the Animorphs book series. And they just like psychically heard him screaming. Like what the what? Xena, I'm so sorry. We're talking about Animorphs. It's really fucked up. Dude, watch it. It's so funny. Also, Mushi Shi. But I have to see if the Crunchyroll one is the right one. There's two versions. I'll let you know. Yeah, what the fuck was that whole rat boy thing? That was fucked up, man. That was fucked up. And that's coming from me. I like draw gore for breakfast. I still need to look into the Twitch terms of service regarding that. I don't think I can show any of that on stream. I know, and it's a shame because rats are wonderful, wonderful creatures. Fuck, I I got sucked into a book review once. And I want to specify that this is like a 3-hour like video essay book review for this absolutely horrible attempt at a Hunger Games knockoff that was just really distasteful and racist. And like listening to this book review was like watching a car crash, you know? I couldn't look away. It was so terrible. Every decision they made was embarrassingly bad. And it was awful. They tried really hard to be like a Hunger Games-esque dystopian novel and just made some really uncomfortably racist thing instead. Shit was nuts. I gotta see what the title of it was. Not to promote it, but so that we can talk shit about it. Cause it's like it was so bad. It was just like this like I don't know, like white guilt disaster. I'm not even hold on, I'll look it up. I'll look it up on my phone because I have enough shit open on my computer. I don't want to lag stream. I found it. It's called Save the Pearls Revealing Eden by Victoria Foyt. I'm gonna type that in chat. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I spelled the name correctly before I sent it. Holy shit, what a fucking train wreck. Like, holy shit. Horrible, horrible train wreck. And I found this book review that I could dude, it's bad. It's really, 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 really bad. And there was like there are no better words for this. There are no better words for this. So I'm going to call it what it is. There was horny piggyback rides on a werewolf man. Like, I can't, please just look up like a summary of this book and you'll see what I mean. Don't actually fucking read it. Don't support this author because it's racist as fuck. It's racist as fuck, so don't support it. But like look up a review or something. or I don't know, pirate it or borrow it from a library. I'll have to write that down. I don't know where my stream binder is right now, but I have post-it notes. just the reviews alone, it's a thing. I don't even want to like get into it here because I don't want somebody to walk in and hear me talking about how terribly racist this book is and think that's just how I am. Like I'm you know, no fucking or get like clipped out of context or something. But this is a horribly, horribly racist book. And they tried really, really hard to do some like weird white guilt shit. And it's so cringe. I was fucking dying. It just keep in mind that it really wanted to be the Hunger Games. What? Oh my god. Yeah, like even horrible books usually have someone who likes them because like it's like a bad movie. It can be fun to laugh at, but it's its own brand of terrible that deserves to be shit on. Especially when you consider the racism and for some reason horny piggyback rides on some weird werewolf man. Even the title, you can glean that it's racist from the fucking title. Yeah. Yeah. That review is correct. And their fetish is weird, racist piggyback rides. I can't put into words how bad it was. I'm look up a review. I'm not a real writer. It's just a hobby for me. I just make characters. Is it the piggyback rides? Do you see? Oh yeah 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 yeah. It's horrible. Fuck. Hey, I did talk about that one time that I read a book that was written by Adolf Hitler's roommate when he was applying for college, and that was really funny. Thank you. I will stretch. I could really use that right now, honestly. Yes. It's a stretch redeem. Uh it's and it's piggyback rides. It's not even like I don't know. We're talking about the most horrendous and super super racist uh dystopian young adult novel I've ever heard of. Bro. No, Twilight. Twilight had a lot of problems, but Twilight is nowhere near the level of how awful and racist and horrendous this book is. So again, don't support the author. Just look up her book review and you'll see what I mean. The name was sent in chat before. It's a Victoria Foyt, Save the Pearls, Revealing Eden. That's what it's called. And when you can tell a book is going to be racist by its title, there's kind of a problem there. Yeah, and a 2% rating is incredibly rare. There's usually at least some idiot who enjoys stuff like that, you know? It's like I said, I was watching like a book review on it, and it was like 3 hours. And I was like, oh, this can't be as bad as they're saying. I'll watch like 5 minutes of this book review because I have nothing better to do. I may as well check this out. And I just kept watching. I was like, how does this keep getting worse? Oh my god. Dude, it's it's really bad. Like, no, no, no. Yeah, I get it. It's bad. Like, I can't emphasize how bad it is. Just look it up. We could like talk shit about it in Discord later or something. But I'm not getting clipped out of context talking about this horrible, horrible book. That's not a clip I want. That's not a clip I want. G Note crying. Yeah, you did mention that you prefer the used, which is totally cool. My sister loves the used, and I more listen to them by proxy of her. But My Chem is one of my faves. And if you ever wanted to, you can do exclamation point song, and I'll tell you what song it is. Real emos can't handle a G note. The G note stands for gatekeep. I don't know. Me myself, I'm more of a get sad at Helena. Because when they broke up, it was the last song they played. But they're back together now. Yay! Dion, oh my god, that's so funny. gaslight, gatekeep Gerard Way. I don't think he'd like that. A father? What's that? Oh yes, yes. I actually have a correction for that though. Gerard Way witnessed 9/11, which led to him changing his career. At the time, he was a cartoonist, and he went into making music and formed My Chemical Romance directly as a result of witnessing 9/11. Good night, Wes. And there is a rumor that Gerard Way inspired Edward Cullen. However, that is not correct. Stephanie Meyer said she pictured Edward Cullen looking like Gerard Way, not that he was inspired by Gerard Way. She just thought, like, oh yeah, he's pale and he's a pretty boy, kind of like that Gerard Way guy. Like that's what she actually said. And then there was a Twilight fan fiction that came out that later became 50 Shades of Grey through editing, so that it could be sold without copyright issues. And yeah, it's a hilarious chain of events. Kind of. Yeah. Yeah, I've got some Primus in this mix. They put on a great live show. I've seen them live once. It was fantastic. Very chill vibes. One of the weirdest shows I've ever been to. Yeah, they're fucking weird, but I love their bass lines. Honestly, I love weird shit, so. Hallie in the back of my mind, like, hipster. Yeah, it. Fuck. I'm trying to ask Liminal when we saw Primus, because I can't fucking remember when it was. That must have been like 5 years ago? Jesus Christ. Apparently it was in 2018. That was a long time ago. But as far as Primus goes, that's still recent Primus. Plus, like, I grew up on, like, System of a Down and shit, so I feel like this isn't that far off. Like, that was the shit I was listening to, like, to help me sleep in, like, elementary school. Does that explain a lot? I feel like that explains a lot. I know a lot of metalheads who deal with that. And it's funny because, like, generally it's the, like, we can always tell gang. And, idiots. That's a bummer. They're a great band. I think they did. I'm a little out of the loop right now, I'm not gonna lie. That's the thing that's most frustrating about politics like these is that, like, the constant chaos is designed to keep you out of the loop and you try not to let it, but it does. This song has Scooby-Doo energy and I love it. Oh, dude, Prison Song is one of my favorites. And, like, Deer Dance. Yo, I'll have to look them up because I love this kind of shit. I don't even know what else to call it aside from like Scooby-Doo vibes. That's what it is. Synthy doesn't hit the same. That can mean a lot. So I imagine the vials are like poisons for her weapon. And then there's gonna be like a couple health potions beneath it. And I'm trying to figure out how exactly that would work, mechanically speaking. I think I think I'm gonna give the second belt like a series of holes in it, and then the potions are like affixed in with some rope around the neck or something. Yeah, I'll have to look them up. Haunt the Cartoon Heart. That definitely sounds up my alley. Fucking love cartoons. Yeah, I like that. We're almost out of time. I mean, we got a whole character sketch done and like the majority of the line art, which for a slow artist like me, not terrible. I haven't figured out exactly how I want the earrings to look yet, or the jewelry. There's some doodle lines in there to add jewelry later. The color shading and texture is really going to be what sells this one because she's supposed to have like terracotta clay as skin, basically. Because she is a Genasi. She's just a human looking one. Specifically an Earth Genasi based around clay. And clay is like really versatile and like quite durable when done in certain ways. Useful for a lot of different things. I thought it was kind of a shame that most of the Genasi I see are either based entirely on rocks or mud. I'm like, there's a lot more than that out there. There's, even throw some gemstone Genasi in there. That'd be fucking sick. I don't feel like drawing that right now. That's some Emma Stone shit, but my point. Yeah, I think she's coming along nicely. We're gonna turn that handle into a battle axe. Ah, shit, I erased too much of it in the palm there. That was stupid. I'll have to extend the lines. Or just redo it. I was just trying to get the, like, size of it and the positioning of it. I think the details are really gonna sell this one because her outfit could be considered quite modern depending on how you look at it. Like, depending on the fabrics and details. So I'm gonna have to be careful about that. Let me take a peek at who's online. Hey, Simon's on. I think we should raid Simon Eyes. He's a member of the Rough Cut Collective. He's a great guy. Absolute sweetheart. And he's given me a decent amount of advice on streaming stuff. He's very receptive to questions, and I always appreciate that. Especially because he's a game dev, so he understands computers much better than I do. And he's the one who I got the capture card suggestion from, and it was much more affordable than the other capture cards out there, so that's the whole reason I was able to damn well get one. So I'm going to flip us over to the ending screen here. I'm going to pop my raid message in chat. There you go. If you guys want to grab that, I'd appreciate it. We got this nice drawing we got going on. Let's give it one more look over. I think she's cute. So we'll get back to work on Facet here soon enough. Thank you again for the raid, Punk. I super appreciate that, man. Let me hit the ending screen. And I'll be back on Thursday. Let me get this raid officially started. Alright, guys, be sure to grab that raid message if you haven't already. We are about to head over to Simon Eyes. He's playing South of Midnight, which, we were doing art, and that's a very beautiful game, and some of it was done in stop motion. So, you guys should check it out. I will see you guys on Thursday, and I hope you all have a great night. Bye!